have carried a lot today. Thoughts you did not finish, choices you replayed in your mind, and quiet worries that followed you into the night. Your body is tired, and your heart may feel a little heavy too. But right now, you do not need to figure anything out. Tonight, you are allowed to rest. You do not need to be strong or prepared. You do not need to hold everything together. This moment is a safe place to slow down and let go. The Book of Deuteronomy reminds us that God speaks to His people when they are standing at a turning point. After a long journey, He gently looks back with them and lovingly points them forward. His words are not rushed or harsh. They are patient, steady, and full of care. You are not forgotten tonight. God knows where you have been, and He knows where you are going. Even if the road ahead feels uncertain, His guidance has not changed. His presence is still with you. Before we begin, you are welcome to share where you are listening from and what time it is for you. If there is something resting on your heart, you may also share a prayer request. We walk this quiet moment together, even across distance. If this reading brings you peace, I invite you to stay with us by subscribing. This is a place where God's Word speaks softly to tired minds night after night. Each listener is part of a growing family finding rest in His promises. Now let us settle our hearts. Lord, speak gently to those who feel worn down or unsure tonight. Let your words bring calm, clarity, and comfort as we listen and rest. Stay with us through the night. Let us begin the Book of Deuteronomy. My dear children, before we begin tonight, let us come to stillness together. Close your eyes if you are able. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the tension in your chest soften, just a little. Breathe in slowly, hold it, and release. Again, let the noise of the world fade into the background like distant thunder. Tonight, we are not here to be scolded or corrected. We are here to be held. We are here to remember that we are beloved. What you are about to hear are not the sharp words of a distant judge, but the tender whispers of a father who has walked every step of your journey with you, who knows your weariness, who sees your hidden tears, and who is leaning close now to remind you you have never been alone. Picture this with me. Beloved, the sun is beginning to set over the desert, casting long golden shadows across the sand. An old man stands before a sea of faces, faces weathered by wind and sun, eyes that have seen miracles and heartbreak, hands that have built and buried. This is Moses. Not the Moses who stood before Pharaoh with thunder in his voice, not the Moses who climbed the smoking mountain. This is Moses the shepherd, Moses the father, Moses who knows that his time is ending, and And so he gathers his children close one last time to speak the words they will carry into the land he will never see. These are the words Moses spoke to all Israel in the wilderness east of the Jordan. Scripture tells us, the wilderness, pause there, child of God, not in the palace, not in the city of comfort, not even yet in the land flowing with milk and honey, but in the wilderness, that place of waiting, of longing, of being stretched and shaped. It is there, in the barrenness, in the place where nothing grows easily, that God does his deepest work in the human heart. Moses begins not with a list of rules, but with memory, with story, with the gentle reminder of where they have been and how far God has brought them. The Lord our God said to us at Horeb, "You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Break camp and advance into the hill country." Do you hear the tenderness there? God does not say. You have failed too much to move forward. He does not say, you are not ready. He simply says, you have stayed long enough. There is such grace in that. Beloved, God knows when it is time to move. He knows when the season of staying is over and the season of stepping forward has begun. And here is what breaks the heart open with beauty. God does not move us because we have perfected ourselves, but because He has something more for us. The mountain was good. The mountain was holy. They met God there, but the mountain was never meant to be forever. There are places in our lives, dear one, where God says with such love, "You have stayed long enough. I have more for you. Do not be afraid to leave what is familiar. I am leading you somewhere better." Moses reminds them of how God multiplied them even in the wilderness. The Lord your God has increased your numbers so that today you are as numerous as the stars in the sky. May the Lord, the God of your ancestors, increase you 1,000 times and bless you as He has promised. Can you feel the wonder in those words? Can you hear the gratitude, even in the hard place, even in the barren land, even when the road was long and uncertain? God was blessing. God was multiplying. God was keeping His promise, not despite the wilderness, but sometimes through it. And Moses, wise shepherd that he is, knows he cannot carry the burden alone. So he appoints leaders, judges, elders to help shoulder the weight of guiding the people. I took the wise and respected men you had designated and appointed them to have authority over you as commanders of thousands, of hundreds, of 50s, and of 10s, and as tribal officials. Oh, what a lesson for us weary souls tonight. We were never meant to carry everything ourselves. God designed us for community, for shared burdens, for the strength that comes when we lean on one another. If you are exhausted tonight, if you feel like you are holding the weight of the world on your shoulders alone, hear this. It is okay to let others help. It is okay to share the load. That is not weakness. That is wisdom. That is the way God designed his family to function. Moses charges these leaders with justice, with fairness, with listening carefully to every person, whether they are great or small, wealthy or poor, powerful or forgotten. Hear the disputes between your people and judge fairly, whether the case is between two Israelites or between an Israelite and a foreigner residing among you. Do not show partiality in judging. Hear both small and great alike. There is no favoritism in the heart of God. The tears of the forgotten matter as much as the tears of the famous. Your pain, beloved, your small and ordinary struggles that no one else sees, they matter to him. He hears you. He bends low to listen as you rest tonight, as your breathing slows and your body begins to release the day. Let this truth settle into the quiet places of your heart. My child, there are long roads in life, roads that feel too hard, too slow, too uncertain. But these roads are not punishment. They are preparation. God is not delaying your blessing to be cruel. He is shaping you, molding you, growing something in you that can only be grown in the wilderness. Trust the wait. Trust the process. Trust the hands that are forming you. He has not brought you this far to abandon you now. Every step you have taken, he has walked beside you, and the place he is leading you is better than anything you could imagine on your own. Now Moses must speak of harder things. He must reach back into memory and pull out the moments that still sting, the times they failed, the times fear won, the times they turned away from the very blessing God was offering. But listen closely, beloved. Even as he recounts these failures, there is no hatred in his voice. There is sadness, yes. There is warning, yes. But underneath it all is this unshakable truth. Even in their failure, God's love remained. Moses takes them back to Kadesh Barnea, to the edge of the promised land. They were so close, one step away. See, the Lord your God has given you the land. Go up and take possession of it as the Lord, the God of your ancestors, told you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. It should have been simple. It should have been glorious, but fear crept in like a shadow. They asked to send spies ahead. 12 men went into the land and came back with reports. The land was good. Oh, it was everything God promised. But the people there were strong. The cities were fortified. The obstacles seemed too great. And so, instead of trusting the God who had parted seas and brought water from rocks and fed them with bread from heaven, they listened to their fear. You grumbled in your tents and said, The Lord hates us, so he brought us out of Egypt to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites to destroy us. Can you hear the pain in that accusation? Can you feel how twisted their thinking had become? The God who delivered them from slavery, who carried them through the wilderness, who never left them hungry or without water, they accused him of hating them. Fear does that. Beloved, fear takes the truth and distorts it until we cannot see straight anymore. Fear makes us forget every miracle, every provision, every moment of rescue, and convinces us that we are abandoned, that we are hated, that we are alone. But Moses reminds them, and oh, how gentle he is even here. The Lord your God, who is going before you, will fight for you, as he did for you in Egypt, before your very eyes, and in the wilderness. There you saw how the Lord your God carried you, as a father carries his son, all the way you went until you reached this place, as a father carries his son. Feel the weight of that image when a child is too tired to walk, too weak to continue, too scared to take another step. What does a father do? He bends down, he lifts that child into his arms, he carries them. That is what God did. That is what God does. That is what God is doing for you, even now, in ways you cannot see. But they refused to trust, and so God said, in sorrow, not in rage, not one of you from this evil generation shall see the good land I swore to give your ancestors, except Caleb son of Jephunneh. He will see it, and I will give him and his descendants the land he set his feet on, because he followed the Lord wholeheartedly. 40 years. An entire generation would wander. An entire generation would not enter. Not because God stopped loving them, but because fear and disobedience have consequences. God's love does not remove the natural results of our choices. And this is the part that brings tears to the eyes. His love remains. Moses recounts those 40 years, the battles, the wanderings, the losses. But woven through every memory is this: the Lord your God has blessed you in all the work of your hands. He has watched over your journey through this vast wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you, and you have not lacked anything. 40 years of consequence, 40 years of delay, 40 years of watching the dream seem further and further away, and yet he was with them. He blessed them. They lacked nothing. Oh, beloved, if you carry guilt tonight, if you lie awake in the darkness replaying your failures, if you cannot stop thinking about the times you turned back when you should have stepped forward, the moments you let fear win and faith lose, please hear this truth that can set you free. You are still here because God has not given up on you. The very fact that you are listening to these words, that your heart is still beating, that breath is still filling your lungs, this is proof that His hand is still upon you. Your stumbling did not end His story for you. Your wilderness season did not cancel His promise. He has been with you every single day. He has blessed the work of your hands, even when you felt like everything you touched was falling apart. You have not lacked His love, not for one moment. Moses himself knows this grace intimately. He too stumbled. He struck the rock in anger when he should have spoken to it. He let frustration cloud his obedience, and God told him, gently but firmly, that he would not enter the promised land. Moses would see it from a distance, but he would not cross over. Does bitterness fill Moses' voice as he tells this story? Does resentment poison his words? No. There is sadness, yes. There is longing, but there is also acceptance. There is also peace. Moses has learned what so many of us are still learning, that God's plans are good, even when they are not what we expected, even when they cost us things we thought we needed, even when they require us to let go of dreams we held so tightly. At that time, I pleaded with the Lord, Sovereign Lord. You have begun to show to your servant your greatness and your strong hand. Let me go over and see the good land beyond the Jordan. But because of you, the Lord was angry with me and would not listen to me. That is enough. The Lord said, do not speak to me any more about this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah and look west and north and south and east. Look at the land with your own eyes, since you are not going to cross the Jordan. There is something profoundly moving about this moment. Moses, who gave his entire life to leading these people, will not enter with them. But does he stop serving? Does he abandon them in bitterness? No. He pours himself out even more fully. He speaks these words of life over them. He prepares them. He blesses them. He loves them all the way to the end. That is the mark of true faithfulness, not serving God only when we get what we want, but serving Him even when the road is harder than we thought it would be, even when the ending is different than we imagined. Let your heart rest in this tonight. Beloved, every failure you carry, God has already carried for you. Every wrong turn, every moment of fear, every time you chose the safe path over the faithful one, He was there. He did not leave. He did not stop loving. He was turning even those moments into the path that would eventually lead you home. You are not defined by where you have stumbled. You are defined by the one who keeps lifting you to your feet, dusting you off and whispering, "Come, we're not finished yet. There is still more ahead." And now, beloved, as the light grows softer and Moses' voice drops to almost a whisper, he leans in close. This is the chapter of remembering. This is the chapter of warning wrapped in love, because Moses knows something about the human heart that we so often forget. The greatest danger is not in the wilderness. The greatest danger is in the land of plenty. Hear now, O Israel, the decrees and laws I am about to teach you. Follow them so that you may live and may go in and take possession of the land the Lord, the God of your ancestors, is giving you. Do not add to what I command you, and do not subtract from it, but keep the commands of the Lord your God that I give you. Moses is pleading now. Can you hear it? Not with anger, but with urgency. Not with condemnation, but with the fierce love of a father who knows what awaits his children and wants desperately to prepare them. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did at Baal Peor. The Lord your God destroyed from among you everyone who followed the Baal of Peor. But all of you who held fast to the Lord your God are still alive today, holding fast. That is the key. Not perfection, not flawless obedience, but holding fast, clinging, refusing to let go even when the storms come, even when the doubts rise, even when the world offers easier paths. Only be careful and watch yourselves closely so that you do not forget the things your eyes have seen or let them fade from your heart as long as you live. Teach them to your children and to their children after them. Do not forget. When your table is full, do not forget the hunger. When your house is secure, do not forget the wandering. When you are strong, do not forget the weakness that taught you to cry out to God. When life is comfortable, do not forget the wilderness that shaped you. There is a strange and dangerous thing that happens in the human heart, isn't there? When we are desperate, when we are broken, when we have nowhere else to turn, we cling to God with both hands. We pray without ceasing. We search the scriptures. We cry out in the night. But when the blessing comes, when the crisis passes, when life grows comfortable and predictable, we begin to forget. We begin to think we earned it, we secured it, we made it happen. And slowly, quietly, like a tide going out, we stop needing Him the way we once did. We stop seeking Him with the same hunger. We stop marveling at His faithfulness. And before we know it, our hearts have grown cold, and we don't even notice. Moses warns them, warns us with the tender ferocity of love. Be careful not to forget the covenant of the Lord your God that He made with you. Do not make for yourselves an idol in the form of anything the Lord your God has forbidden. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. Jealous. Not in the way we humans are jealous, petty, insecure, controlling. but jealous in the way a husband is for his beloved wife, jealous in the way a father is for his children's safety, jealous in the way someone who truly loves you cannot bear to watch you give your heart to things that will destroy you. He will not share you with idols, not because he is needy, but because he knows that anything else you worship will consume you, will hollow you out, will leave you emptied and broken. He loves you too much to let you go quietly into the arms of lesser gods who promise everything and deliver nothing. His jealousy is not possessiveness, it is protection. It is the fiercest form of love. And then, oh beloved, then comes a promise so tender it could make you weep. Listen to this. Let it sink deep into the soil of your soul. When you are in distress and all these things have happened to you, then in later days you will return to the Lord your God and obey him. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not abandon or destroy you or forget the covenant with your ancestors, which he confirmed to them by oath. Did you hear that even if you forget him, even if you wander, even if you chase after every empty thing the world offers, and find yourself broken and alone in a far country, when you turn back, you will find him. When? Not if. When? Because he knows you will come home. He knows that eventually, after you have tasted everything else and found it bitter, you will remember the sweetness of his presence. And when you do, when you take even one trembling step back in his direction, he will not meet you with anger. He will not meet you with coldness. He will meet you with mercy. He will meet you with arms wide open. He will not abandon you. He will not destroy you. He will not forget his promise. Ask now about the former days, long before your time, from the day God created human beings on the earth. Ask from one end of the heavens to the other. Has anything so great as this ever happened? Or has anything like it ever been heard of? Has any other people heard the voice of God speaking out of fire as you have, and lived? Moses is reminding them of their story, of who they are, of what they have witnessed. You saw the impossible become possible. You heard God's voice and did not die. You walked through seas on dry ground. You ate bread that fell from heaven. You are not ordinary people living ordinary lives. You are children of the Most High, carriers of his presence, witnesses of his glory. Know therefore this day, and consider it in your heart, that the Lord is God in heaven above and on the earth below. There is no other. Keep his decrees and commands, which I am giving you today, so that it may go well with you and your children after you, and that you may live long in the land the Lord your God gives you for all time. This is not about earning love, beloved. This is about living in the reality of love. When you know you are loved truly, deeply, unshaken, gratitude, out of joy, out of the freedom that comes from knowing you are held, you are seen, you are cherished by the one who made the stars and knows your name. As the night deepens and your body begins to soften into rest, as your breathing slows and the edges of consciousness begin to blur, let this word settle into your heart like a seed planted in good soil. Guard it there. Water it with your attention. Let it take root in the deep places where fear and doubt have lived too long. When morning comes and the world rushes in with all its noise and demands and distractions, you will need this truth planted firmly in your soul that God is near, that He has walked with you through every wilderness, that He forgives every stumbling, and that He is calling you not with a shout, but with a whisper to stay close, to remember, to keep your heart turned toward Him even when, especially when the blessings come. Close your eyes now, beloved child of God. Feel the presence of the one who has never left you, who has been with you in every dark night, who has held you when you thought you would break. You are not alone. You have never been alone, and you never will be. His love is not something you have to earn or maintain or prove yourself worthy of. It simply is. It has always been. It will always be. You are held in the palm of His hand, and nothing, not your past, not your failures, not your fears, can snatch you away from Him. Rest now. Let go of the weight you have been carrying. Let His faithfulness be your pillow, His promises your blanket, His presence your peace. When you wake, you will wake in the shelter of His love, held by His grace, ready to walk another day in the path He has prepared for you. And wherever that path leads, through wilderness or through plenty, through struggle or through rest, He will be there. Every step, every breath, every moment, you are loved, beloved, deeply, completely, forever. Amen. Moses gathers the people once more, and this time his voice carries the weight of something sacred. Hear, O Israel, the decrees and laws I declare in your hearing today. Learn them and be sure to follow them. But before He speaks a single commandment, He does something beautiful. He reminds them of who they are. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. It was not with our ancestors that the Lord made this covenant, but with us, with all of us who are alive here today. Do you hear that, beloved? This covenant is not some ancient relic gathering dust in history. It is not something that belonged to people long dead and has nothing to do with you. No, this covenant is with you, with us, here, now, today. It is alive, it is present, it is personal. God is not speaking to shadows of the past. He is speaking to your heart right now in this very moment, Moses takes them back to the mountain, to Horeb, where the presence of God descended like fire. The Lord spoke to you face to face out of the fire on the mountain. At that time, I stood between the Lord and you to declare to you the word of the Lord, because you were afraid of the fire and did not go up the mountain. They were afraid. Of course they were. This was the living God, the creator of all things, speaking in fire and thunder. But even in their fear, even in their trembling, God spoke to them. He did not wait for them to be brave enough. He did not demand they conquer their fear first. He spoke anyway. He reached toward them anyway. And what did he say? He gave them the 10 Commandments. But before we hear these as rules to follow, as burdens to carry, let us understand what they truly are. These commandments are not chains meant to bind you. They are not restrictions meant to steal your joy. They are a fence around a garden. They are the loving boundaries a father places around his children to keep them safe, to keep them whole, to keep them free. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. This is how it begins. Not with a threat, not with obey or else, but with a reminder of rescue, of love, of liberation. Everything that follows flows from this truth: you are already free. You are already delivered. You are already loved. These commands do not earn you that love. They protect it. They help you live inside the freedom you have already been given. You shall have no other gods before me, not because God is insecure and needs to be first on your list, but because he knows, he knows so well that anything else you put in his place will destroy you. Money cannot love you back. Success cannot hold you when you weep. Pleasure will drain you dry and leave you emptier than before. Other people, no matter how wonderful, were never meant to be your God. They will fail you. They will disappoint you. Not because they are bad, but because they are human. Only God can be God. Only He can hold the weight of your worship without crumbling. Only He can meet the deepest needs of your soul without running dry. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God. There it is again, that word, jealous. The jealousy of perfect love. The jealousy that says, I will not stand by and watch you give your heart to things that will hollow you out. I love you too much to share you with emptiness masquerading as fulfillment. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God. His name is holy. His name carries his character, his nature, his very essence. To throw it around carelessly, to use it to manipulate or to curse or to give weight to our own selfish desires, This is not a small thing. His name is a refuge. His name is power. His name is the doorway into His presence. Treat it with reverence. Treat it with the awe it deserves. Observe the Sabbath day by keeping it holy, as the Lord your God has commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. O beloved, do you see the gift in this? God is commanding you to rest. He is building rest into the very fabric of creation and saying, "Stop, be still. Remember that I am God, and you are not. Remember that the world will not fall apart if you pause. Remember that your worth is not tied to your productivity. In a world that screams at you to do more, be more, achieve more, hustle harder, never stop, never slow down," God whispers. Rest. You were made for more than exhaustion. You were made to breathe, to wonder, to simply be in my presence without earning anything. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God has commanded you, so that you may live long and that it may go well with you in the land the Lord your God is giving you. This is about respect, about gratitude, about recognizing that you did not arrive in this world on your own, that hands held you before you could hold yourself, that someone cared for you when you were helpless, even if those hands were imperfect, and they were. Because all hands are, there is still honor to be given, not because they earned it perfectly, but because God has woven respect for authority into the fabric of a healthy life. You shall not murder. Life is sacred. Every breath is a gift. Every heartbeat is a miracle. To take a life is to play God, and we were never meant for that throne. But this command goes deeper than physical violence. Doesn't it? Jesus would later say that even hatred in the heart is a kind of murder. When we wish someone harm, when we speak words designed to kill their spirit, when we destroy reputations or crush dreams, we are violating the sacredness of life. Guard your heart against the seeds of violence. Guard your tongue against the weapons of cruelty. You shall not commit adultery. Marriage is a covenant, a holy picture of God's faithfulness to His people. To break that covenant is to shatter something sacred. But again, Jesus pushed this further. Lust in the heart, objectifying another person, entertaining fantasies that belong only in the safety of covenant love. These things corrode faithfulness from the inside out. Purity is not just about what you do with your body. It is about what you allow to take root in your mind and heart. You shall not steal. What belongs to another is not yours to take. This is about respect for boundaries, for the dignity of others, for the truth that we are all stewards, not owners. Everything we have is a gift, a loan, a trust from God. When we steal, we are declaring that we know better than God what we need, that we are entitled to take rather than wait for Him to provide. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. Truth matters. Words matter. When we lie, when we twist the truth to serve ourselves, when we speak half-truths that mislead and manipulate, we are tearing at the fabric of trust that holds communities together. Be people of truth, beloved. Let your yes be yes, and your no be no. Let your words be so reliable that no one ever has to wonder if you are being honest. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. You shall not set your desire on your neighbor's house or land, his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Coveting is the root of so much destruction. It is the seed from which all the other commandments are broken. When we look at what others have and let envy poison our hearts. When we believe the lie that we deserve what they have, that we would be happy if only we had what they have, we are forgetting that God knows what we need. We are forgetting that He is good. We are forgetting that comparison is the death of contentment. These 10 words, beloved, are not 10 ways to earn God's love. They are 10 ways to protect the love you already have. They are the shape faithfulness takes. They are what love looks like when it is lived out in the mess and beauty of ordinary life. You do not keep these commands to become worthy of being loved. You keep them because you are already loved. And this is how you stay free, stay whole, stay connected to the source of all life. Let your heart rest in this truth tonight. God's law is not your enemy. It is not a burden meant to crush you. It is a gift. It is a fence around the garden of your life, keeping out the things that would destroy you, keeping in the things that make you flourish. And when you fail, because you will, because we all do, His love does not disappear. His grace does not run out. He simply lifts you up, dusts you off, and invites you to try again, not in your own strength, but in His. Now we come to the heart of everything, the core, the center, the truth around which all other truths orbit. Moses' voice drops to a whisper, and every ear leans in to hear. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength. Shema, hear. Listen, pay attention. This is not background noise. This is not one truth among many. This is the truth. The Lord is one. There is no other. And the only response that makes sense in light of this reality is love, not fear, though reverence is right, not mere obedience, though obedience flows from love, but love, deep, whole, unreserved, all-consuming love. With all your heart, the seat of your emotions, your desires, your affections. With all your soul, the core of your identity, the essence of who you are. With all your strength, your energy, your effort, your very life force. This is not partial devotion. This is not giving God the leftovers of your attention after everything else has taken its share. This is all of you, offered freely, joyfully, completely. But how? Beloved, how do we love like this in the chaos of ordinary life? How do we keep this flame burning when the world constantly throws water on it? Moses tells us, "These commandments that I give you today are to be on your hearts. Impress them on your children. Talk about them when you sit at home and when you walk along the road, when you lie down and when you get up. Tie them as symbols on your hands and bind them on your foreheads. Write them on the door frames of your houses and on your gates." Do you see what he is saying? This is not about 1 hour on Sunday morning. This is not about religious performance in sacred spaces. This is about weaving God's truth into the fabric of your everyday life. When you are sitting at home with your family, talk about Him. When you are walking to work or school, think about Him. When you lie down at night, let His words be the last thing on your mind. When you wake in the morning, let His presence be the first thing you reach for. Teach your children not in formal lessons alone, though those have their place, but in the kitchen while you cook, in the car while you drive, in the moments of discipline and the moments of celebration. Let them see that your faith is not compartmentalized, not something you put on and take off like a coat. Let them see that it is woven into who you are, into how you make decisions, into how you respond when life is hard and when life is good. Moses warns them, and he warns us, "Be careful that you do not forget the Lord your God, failing to observe His commands, His laws, and His decrees that I am giving you this day. Otherwise, when you eat and are satisfied, when you build fine houses and settle down, when your herds and flocks grow large and your silver and gold increase, and all you have is multiplied, then your heart will become proud, and you will forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery." This is the great danger of blessing. Beloved, when life is hard, we remember to pray. When we are desperate, we cling to God with both hands. But when the blessings come, when the table is full, when the bank account is stable, when health is good and relationships are peaceful, oh, how quickly we forget, how quickly we begin to think we did this. We earned this. We made this happen. And slowly, imperceptibly, our hearts turn away from the source of every good gift. You may say to yourself, "My power and the strength of my hands have produced this wealth for me." But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth, and so confirms His covenant, which He swore to your ancestors, as it is today. Everything you have is a gift. Every breath, every meal, every moment of joy, every success, even your ability to work, to think, to create, these are gifts from His hand. Do not let prosperity make you proud. Let it make you grateful. Let it make you generous. Let it remind you that you are blessed to be a blessing. Moses recounts the golden calf, that moment of terrible betrayal when Moses was on the mountain receiving the law, and the people below grew impatient and built an idol to worship. Remember this and never forget how you aroused the anger of the Lord your God in the wilderness. From the day you left Egypt until you arrived here, you have been rebellious against the Lord. It is a hard memory, a painful memory, but Moses brings it up not to shame them, but to remind them of grace. Because even after that betrayal, even after that profound unfaithfulness, God did not destroy them. Moses interceded, Moses pleaded, and God relented. He gave them another chance, and another, and another. And now, Israel. What does the Lord your God ask of you but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in obedience to Him, to love Him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to observe the Lord's commands and decrees that I am giving you today for your own good. For your own good, not for His benefit, not because He needs your obedience, but because you need it, because this is the path to life. This is the way to flourishing. This is how you stay connected to the source of all joy, all peace, all meaning. Breathe deeply now, beloved. Let your soul settle. If you have been striving, trying so hard to earn God's love through your performance, through your perfect obedience, through being good enough, stop. Rest. You are already loved. The command to love Him is not a test you must pass. It is an invitation into the life you were always meant to live. A life where God is at the center, where every moment is an opportunity to walk with Him, where even the ordinary becomes sacred because He is there. If you have children, or if you work with children, or if you have any sphere of influence at all, know this: they are watching you. They are learning what matters not from what you say, but from what you do, from where you spend your time, from what makes you angry and what makes you joyful, from how you respond when things go wrong. Teach them about God not through lectures alone, but through your life, through your faithfulness, through your willingness to be honest about your struggles and your victories through showing them that this faith is real, is living, is worth building your entire life upon. And if your family is broken, if there is distance or pain or wounds that have not healed, let God into that space. Let Him be the healer. Let Him be the reconciler. Let Him show you that even the most fractured relationships can be touched by His grace. It may not happen quickly. It may not happen the way you hope, but He is present in the pain. He is working even in the silence. Trust Him with the people you love. Trust Him with the relationships that break your heart. Now Moses' voice deepens. The urgency rises, because what he is about to say is perhaps the most important thing of all. See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. The blessing if you obey the commands of the Lord your God that I am giving you today. The curse if you disobey the commands of the Lord your God and turn from the way that I command you today by following other gods, which you have not known. A choice, not a suggestion, not a recommendation, a choice. Life is full of choices, beloved, but none matter more than this one. Will you walk in the way of life, or will you walk in the way of death? Will you choose the God who has proven His faithfulness again and again? Or will you chase after gods who cannot save, cannot deliver, cannot love you back? This is not about earning blessing through perfect performance. This is about alignment, about living in harmony with reality. God has designed the universe to work a certain way. When we live in sync with His design, life flourishes. Not perfectly, we still live in a broken world, but there is a peace, a wholeness, a sense of rightness that cannot be found anywhere else. When we rebel against His design, when we insist on doing things our way, when we chase after things that were never meant to be, God, there are consequences. Not because God is petty or vengeful, but because we are violating the very structure of reality itself. And if you faithfully obey the commands I am giving you today, to love the Lord your God, and to serve Him with all your heart and with all your soul, then I will send rain on your land in its season, both autumn and spring rains, so that you may gather in your grain, new wine and olive oil. I will provide grass in the fields for your cattle, and you will eat and be satisfied. Blessing, provision, abundance, not as a reward for being good enough, but as the natural result of living in alignment with the God who is the source of all good things. Be careful, or you will be enticed to turn away and worship other gods and bow down to them. Then the Lord's anger will burn against you, and He will shut up the heavens so that it will not rain, and the ground will yield no produce, and you will soon perish from the good land the Lord is giving you. Consequence, not arbitrary punishment, but the natural result of cutting yourself off from the source of life. When you turn away from God, you turn away from everything He provides. You step outside the shelter of His blessing. You walk out from under the umbrella and wonder why you are getting wet. Moses pleads with them, "Fix these words of mine in your hearts and minds. Tie them as symbols on your hands and bind them on your foreheads. Teach them to your children, talking about them when you sit at home and when you walk along the road, when you lie down and when you get up. Write them on the doorframes of your houses and on your gates, so that your days and the days of your children may be many in the land the Lord swore to give your ancestors, as many as the days that the heavens are above the earth." This is repetition, yes. But repetition is how truth sinks deep. Repetition is how we remember what matters when everything else is screaming for our attention. Write it down, speak it aloud, think about it constantly. Make it the lens through which you see everything else. Not as religious duty, but as desperate necessity. This is the water your soul needs. This is the air your spirit breathes. Without it, you will wither. With it, you will flourish. See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. The choice is yours. Beloved, God will not force you. He will not drag you kicking and screaming into blessing. He offers it freely, holds it out with open hands, and waits. He waits for you to choose, to decide, to commit, and whatever you choose, there will be consequences. Blessing or curse, life or death, flourishing or withering. But here is the beautiful truth that Moses wants you to understand, even when you choose wrongly, and you will. Because we all do, God's love does not end. His grace does not run out. The door is always open for return. The path back is always available. He is always ready to receive the prodigal, to wrap his arms around the wanderer, to restore what was lost. As this night draws to a close, as your body softens into rest and your mind begins to quiet, hear these words once more. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength. Not because it is a burden, not because you must earn something, but because it is the doorway into the life you were always meant to live. A life of peace, a life of purpose, a life held safe in the hands of the one who made you, who knows you, who loves you beyond all telling. You are standing at a crossroads tonight, just as Israel stood at the edge of the promised land. Blessing and curse are set before you, life and death. Choose life, beloved. Choose love. Choose the God who has never stopped choosing you. And when you wake tomorrow, Wake in the confidence that you are not walking alone. He goes before you. He walks beside you. He upholds you with his righteous right hand. You are his child, his beloved, his treasure. And nothing can separate you from his love. Rest now in that love. Let it be the last thought as you drift into sleep. Let it be the first truth you remember when you wake. You are loved. You are chosen. You are held forever and always. Amen. Moses stands before the people, and his voice carries both urgency and tenderness. These are the decrees and laws you must be careful to follow in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to possess. As long as you live in the land, destroy completely all the places on the high mountains, on the hills, and under every spreading tree, where the nations you are dispossessing worship their gods. Break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, and burn their Asherah poles in the fire. Cut down the idols of their gods and wipe out their names from those places. This sounds harsh. Doesn't it violent even? But pause here, beloved, and look beneath the surface. Moses is not speaking out of hatred for beauty or art or sacred spaces. He is speaking out of a deep knowledge of the human heart. He knows how easily we are swayed. He knows how quickly we can be drawn to things that glitter but cannot save. These altars, these idols, these high places, they were not neutral. They were doorways into darkness. They were invitations to worship things that would consume the worshipper, that would demand more and more until there was nothing left. You must not worship the Lord your God in their way. God is not just another option on the menu of deities. He is not one choice among many. He is the living God, the creator of all things, and he will not share your heart with pretenders, not because he is insecure, but because he knows, he knows so deeply that anything else you worship will hollow you out from the inside. It will promise fulfillment and deliver emptiness. It will promise life and deliver death. But you are to seek the place the Lord your God will choose from among all your tribes to put his name there for his dwelling. To that place you must go. There bring your burnt offerings and sacrifices, your tithes and special gifts, what you have vowed to give and your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herds and flocks. There, in the presence of the Lord your God, you and your families shall eat and shall rejoice in everything you have put your hand to, because the Lord your God has blessed you. Do you see what God is doing here? He is creating a center, a focal point, a place where his people can come together, not scattered and confused, but unified in worship. And notice the heart of it. You shall rejoice Worship is not meant to be a grim duty, a heavy obligation you drag yourself to fulfill. It is meant to be joy. It is meant to be celebration. It is meant to be the natural overflow of a heart that has been touched by grace and cannot help but respond with gratitude. But Moses goes deeper still. Be careful not to sacrifice your burnt offerings anywhere you please. Offer them only at the place the Lord will choose. Why? Because when we worship however we want, wherever we want, according to our own preferences and desires, we are not really worshipping God. We are worshipping an image of God we have created in our own minds. We are bowing down to a reflection of ourselves, calling it God, and wondering why our souls remain empty. True worship requires surrender. It requires coming to God on His terms, not ours. It requires letting go of our need to control, to manage, to shape the experience into something comfortable and familiar. It requires vulnerability. It requires trust. And yes, it requires obedience, not the obedience of a slave to a master, but the obedience of a child to a loving Father who knows infinitely more than we do about what we need. Moses speaks of clean and unclean animals, of what they may eat and what they must not eat. And perhaps you are wondering, what does this have to do with worship? What does food have to do with the sacred everything? Beloved, everything. Because worship is not something you do for an hour on Sunday and then forget about the rest of the week. Worship is a way of life. It is woven into every choice you make, every meal you eat, every conversation you have, every transaction you complete. When you understand that your body is a temple, that your daily life is an offering, that even the most ordinary moments can be made sacred, then you begin to live differently. Do not eat any detestable thing. This is not arbitrary. This is God saying, I care about all of you, not just your spirit, but your body, not just your big religious moments, but your everyday choices. I want all of you healthy, whole, set apart for my purposes. And then comes a warning so tender it could break your heart. You are the children of the Lord your God. Do not cut yourselves or shave the front of your heads for the dead, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God. Out of all the peoples on the face of the earth, the Lord has chosen you to be His treasured possession. In the surrounding nations, people would mutilate themselves in grief, would cut their flesh to show their devotion to the gods, would harm themselves in desperate attempts to earn favor or show mourning. But God says, no, you are mine. You are precious. I will not have you harming the body I created, the life I breathed into being. Even your grief must be held differently. because you are held by me. There are idols that are not made of stone. Beloved, there are gods we bow to that have no altars, no incense, no images. The God of success that demands we sacrifice our health, our families, our peace of mind on its altar. The God of approval that tells us we must perform, must be perfect, must never show weakness or need. The God of control that whispers we cannot trust anyone, cannot rest, cannot let go. The God of comfort that keeps us trapped in patterns that slowly kill us because change is too frightening. These are the high places in our own hearts that must be torn down. These are the idols that must be smashed. Let your soul breathe slowly now. Let the light of truth shine into the hidden places where you have been bowing to lesser gods without even realizing it. God is not angry with you. He is not waiting to condemn you. He is simply inviting you with infinite patience and infinite love to let go, to release your grip on the things that cannot save you, to turn your face toward the only one who can truly satisfy the hunger in your soul. Worship Him alone, not out of fear, but out of freedom, not because you must, but because your heart cannot help it once you have tasted His goodness. Now Moses turns to something that might seem unrelated to worship, but is in fact at its very heart. At the end of every 7 years, you must cancel debts. This is how it is to be done. Every creditor shall cancel any loan they have made to a fellow Israelite. They shall not require payment from anyone among their own people, because the Lord's time for canceling debts has been proclaimed. The year of release, the Sabbath year, every 7 years, debts are wiped clean. Slaves are set free. The land rests. It is a reset button built into the fabric of society, a safeguard against the accumulation of injustice, a reminder that no person should be permanently crushed under the weight of what they owe. This is the heart of God, beloved. This is what He cares about. Not just proper rituals and correct theology, but the actual lived reality of His people. Are the poor being cared for? Are the vulnerable being protected? Are the marginalized being seen? If anyone is poor among your fellow Israelites in any of the towns of the land the Lord your God is giving you, do not be hard-hearted or tight-fisted toward them. Rather, be open-handed and freely lend them whatever they need. Do not be hard-hearted. What a phrase, what a window into the character of God. He is not asking for a calculated, minimal response to poverty. He is not saying, give just enough to ease your conscience. He is calling His people to open hearts and open hands, to generosity that flows from genuine compassion, to a willingness to see the poor not as problems to be solved, but as people to be loved. Be careful not to harbor this wicked thought. The 7th year, the year for cancelling debts, is near, so that you do not show ill will toward the needy among your fellow Israelites and give them nothing. They may then appeal to the Lord against you, and you will be found guilty of sin. Give generously to them, and do so without a grudging heart. Then because of this, the Lord your God will bless you in all your work and in everything you put your hand to. God sees into the hidden places of the heart. He knows when we give reluctantly, when we calculate our generosity based on what we might get back, when we hold back because we are afraid of being taken advantage of, and He calls us higher. He calls us to give without strings attached, to trust that He will provide for us even as we provide for others, to believe that generosity creates more blessing, not less. There will always be poor people in the land. Therefore, I command you to be open-handed toward your fellow Israelites who are poor and needy in your land. Always, this is not a problem that will be solved once and for all. This is a reality that requires ongoing compassion, continual attention, perpetual generosity. And notice that God does not say, feel sorry for them. He says, be open-handed. Action, not just emotion. Help, not just sympathy. Moses speaks of Hebrew slaves who are to be released after 6 years of service. And when you release them, do not send them away empty-handed. Supply them liberally from your flock, your threshing floor, and your wine press. Give to them as the Lord your God has blessed you. Liberation is not enough. Freedom without resources is just a different kind of bondage. So God commands His people to send the freed slave away with provisions, with dignity, with a real chance at a new life. This is restorative justice. This is redemption with practical feet. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. That is why I give you this command today. Do you hear the logic here? Beloved, you were once helpless. You were once at the mercy of others. You were once the vulnerable one. And God saw you. God heard your cries. God came down and delivered you. Now you must be His hands, His feet, His compassion to those who are in the position you once occupied. Mercy flows from memory. Compassion is born from remembering your own need. If tonight you are carrying shame about your poverty, about your need, about the ways you have had to ask for help, listen to me. God does not despise the poor. He does not look down on those who struggle. He stands with you. He defends you. He commands his people to treat you with dignity, with generosity, with honor. Your poverty does not define your worth. Your need does not diminish your value. You are precious in his sight. You matter. Your life matters. Your struggle matters. And he is working, even now, to bring you into a place of greater freedom, greater provision, greater peace. Laws about judges follow. Appoint judges and officials for each of your tribes in every town the Lord your God is giving you, and they shall judge the people fairly. Do not pervert justice or show partiality. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and twists the words of the innocent. Follow justice and justice alone, so that you may live and possess the land the Lord your God is giving you. Justice, not for the powerful, not for those who can afford the best lawyers. Justice for everyone, rich and poor, citizen and foreigner, strong and weak. This is the character of God on display in human society. He is not neutral. He does not stand back and let the powerful crush the weak. He actively commands his people to create systems that protect the vulnerable, that give voice to the voiceless, that ensure that no one is trampled simply because they lack power. And this is worship too. Beloved, this is what it means to reflect the image of God, not just singing songs on Sunday, though that is beautiful, not just reading scripture, though that is vital, but actually caring for the poor, actually pursuing justice, actually using whatever power and resources you have to lift up those who are bowed down. This is worship that God delights in. This is the kind of offering that rises to heaven like incense. Laws about kings come next. When you enter the land the Lord your God is giving you and have taken possession of it and settled in it, and you say, "Let us set a king over us like all the nations around us," be sure to appoint over you a king the Lord your God chooses. The king, moreover, must not acquire great numbers of horses for himself or make the people return to Egypt to get more of them. For the Lord has told you, you are not to go back that way again. He must not take many wives, or his heart will be led astray. He must not accumulate large amounts of silver and gold. Even the king, the most powerful person in the nation, is subject to limits. Even he must live under the law. Even he must remember that he is not ultimate, not divine, not above accountability. Power without restraint corrupts. Authority without limits destroys. So God builds safeguards into the very structure of leadership. The king must not multiply horses' military might, wives' political alliances that compromise devotion, or wealth material security that replaces trust in God. The king must be as dependent on God as the poorest citizen. When he takes the throne of his kingdom, he is to write for himself on a scroll a copy of this law, taken from that of the Levitical priests. It is to be with him, and he is to read it all the days of his life, so that he may learn to revere the Lord his God, and follow carefully all the words of this law and these decrees, and not consider himself better than his fellow Israelites, and turn from the law to the right or to the left. The king must copy the law with his own hand, must read it every day, must let it shape him, guide him, keep him humble. This is the antidote to the poison of power daily immersion in the Word of God. Constant reminder that you are not the center of the universe. Continual return to the truth that you too are a servant, a steward, a child of the Most High who will one day give an account. Breathe deeply now. Beloved, if you have felt small, if you have felt overlooked, if you have worried that you do not matter because you have no power, no platform, no influence, hear this truth in God's kingdom. The measure of a person is not their power, but their faithfulness, not their wealth, but their generosity, not their status, but their character. You matter. Your faithfulness in small things matters. Your kindness to the forgotten matters. Your willingness to help when no one is watching matters. God sees you. He values you. He delights in you. Rest in that tonight. Now Moses speaks of something that must have stirred both wonder and longing in the hearts of those who heard him. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your fellow Israelites. You must listen to him. For this is what you asked of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, "Let us not hear the voice of the Lord our God, nor see this great fire anymore, or we will die." At Mount Horeb, the people were terrified. The presence of God was too much. The fire, the thunder, the shaking mountain. They begged Moses to be their intermediary, to stand between them and the overwhelming holiness of God. And God agreed. But he did not simply agree to the short-term solution. He made a promise for the future. A prophet would come, someone like Moses, someone who would speak God's words with clarity and authority, someone who would stand between God and humanity, mediating, interpreting, revealing. The Lord said to me, "What they say is good. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their fellow Israelites, and I will put my words in his mouth. He will tell them everything I command him. I myself will call to account anyone who does not listen to my words that the prophet speaks in my name." God has never stopped speaking. From the beginning, he has been reaching toward humanity, breaking the silence, revealing himself, inviting us into relationship. He spoke through creation. He spoke through the law. He spoke through the prophets. And one day he would speak through his Son, the ultimate prophet, the final word. the perfect revelation of who God is and what He desires. Moses warns about false prophets, those who claim to speak for God but do not. But a prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, is to be put to death. The stakes are high because the danger is real. False teaching can lead people astray, can poison their understanding of God, can trap them in lies that slowly kill their souls. We must be discerning, beloved. We must test everything against the truth of Scripture. We must not be gullible, swallowing whatever sounds good or feels right, but neither must we be cynical, closed off to the possibility that God is still speaking, still moving, still revealing Himself in fresh ways. You may say to yourselves, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken presumptuously, so do not be alarmed. Time will tell. Truth will be vindicated. False prophecy will eventually be exposed. So we wait, we watch, we hold loosely to predictions and tightly to character. We judge not just by words, but by fruit. Does this lead people closer to God or further away? Does it produce love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control? Or does it produce fear, confusion, division, pride? This promise of a coming prophet must have filled the hearts of Israel with hope. Moses, their deliverer, their teacher, their shepherd, would not be the last word. God had more to say, more to reveal, more to do. They did not yet know how fully this promise would be fulfilled in Jesus, the prophet greater than Moses, who would not just speak God's words, but would be the Word made flesh. They did not yet understand that God's final word to humanity would not be written on tablets of stone, but carved into human flesh, living and breathing and walking among us. But even without understanding the fullness of what was coming, they could rest in this God had not finished with them. His story was not over. His plans were still unfolding, and He would continue to speak, to guide, to reveal Himself generation after generation, until the day when every knee would bow and every tongue confess that He alone is Lord. As you prepare to rest tonight, beloved, let this truth settle into the deepest parts of your being. God has not stopped speaking. He is not silent. He is not distant. He is near, always near, he is still revealing himself to those who have ears to hear and hearts willing to listen. You may not hear an audible voice. You may not see writing on the wall, but in the quiet of prayer, in the reading of scripture, in the wise counsel of faithful friends, in the gentle whisper of the Holy Spirit, in your innermost being he speaks still. And what is he saying? The same thing he has always been saying. From the very beginning, you are mine, you are loved, you are not alone. I have a plan for you, a future, a hope. Trust me, follow me. Let me lead you into the life you were made for. This is the word you need tonight. This is the promise you can cling to when everything else feels uncertain. God is speaking, and his word is life. His word is light. His word is the very thing your weary soul has been longing to hear. Rest now, dear one. Let go of the striving, the performing, the endless trying to measure up. You are held, you are known, you are treasured beyond words. The God who spoke creation into being is speaking still, and his word over you is love, pure, unchanging, unfailing love. Sleep in the shelter of that love. Wake in the assurance of that love. Walk tomorrow in the strength of that love. You are his, and he is yours, and nothing can ever change that. Amen. Moses continues his tender instruction, and now he speaks of something that might seem strange at first: cities of refuge. When the Lord your God has destroyed the nations whose land he is giving you, and when you have driven them out and settled in their towns and houses, then set aside for yourselves 3 cities in the land the Lord your God is giving you to possess. Determine the distances involved and divide into 3 parts the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, so that a person who kills someone may flee for refuge to one of these cities. Cities of refuge. Pause there, beloved. Let the beauty of this sink in a world where blood vengeance was the norm, where if you killed someone, even accidentally, the victim's family had the right to hunt you down and kill you in return. God creates something radically different. He establishes safe places, sanctuaries, cities where someone who has caused death unintentionally can run and find protection while the case is examined, while truth is sought, while justice and mercy can both be honored. This is the rule concerning anyone who kills a person and flees there for safety. Anyone who kills a neighbor unintentionally, without malice aforethought. For instance, a man may go into the forest with his neighbor to cut wood, and as he swings his axe to fell a tree, the head may fly off and hit his neighbor and kill him. That man may flee to one of these cities and save his life. God makes a distinction between murder and accident, between malice and tragedy. He does not paint everyone with the same brush. He looks at the heart. He considers the circumstances. He creates space for mercy within the framework of justice. This is who God is, beloved. He is not a God of blind vengeance. He is not a God who lumps all wrongdoing together and condemns without investigation. He is a God of nuance, of wisdom, of carefully considered justice. And more than that, He is a God who provides refuge, who creates safe places, who says, "Run to me," even when you have caused harm, even when your actions, however unintentional, have resulted in tragedy. Run to me. I will shelter you. I will protect you while the truth is determined. Otherwise, the avenger of blood might pursue him in a rage, overtake him if the distance is too great, and kill him even though he is not deserving of death, since he did it to his neighbor without malice aforethought. This is why I command you to set aside for yourselves 3 cities. God knows the human heart. He knows how rage can cloud judgment, how grief can twist into vengeance, how pain can make people act in ways that create only more pain. So He builds protections into the very fabric of society. He slows down the process. He creates space for investigation, for truth-seeking, for the possibility that things are not always as they first appear. If you are carrying guilt tonight, beloved, if there is something you have done, even unintentionally, that has caused harm to another, hear this: God sees the difference between a heart that intended evil and a heart that made a tragic mistake. He is not eager to condemn you. He is eager to provide refuge. Run to Him. Do not hide in shame. Do not spiral in self-hatred. Run to the shelter of His presence and let Him sort through what happened with wisdom and compassion that far exceed anything you can imagine. But Moses is not finished. Show no pity, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. This sounds harsh, doesn't it? But understand what is happening here. In a world where revenge could escalate endlessly, where one death could lead to 10, where one injury could spark a family feud lasting generations, God is putting a limit on retribution. Eye for eye does not mean make sure you get revenge. It means, and no more than that. It is a ceiling, not a floor. It is God saying, let the punishment fit the crime and then stop. Do not let vengeance spiral out of control. And even within this framework of justice, God plants seeds of something greater. Seeds that will one day bloom into Jesus saying, "You have heard that it was said, eye for eye and tooth for tooth. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. God is moving his people slowly but surely, from justice to mercy, from fairness to grace, from giving people what they deserve to giving them what they need. Laws about witnesses follow. One witness is not enough to convict anyone accused of any crime or offense they may have committed. A matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. Protection against false accusation. Protection against the abuse of power. One person's word is not enough to destroy another person's life. There must be corroboration. There must be careful investigation. Lives are too precious to be destroyed on flimsy evidence. If a malicious witness takes the stand to accuse someone of a crime, the 2 people involved in the dispute must stand in the presence of the Lord before the priests and the judges who are in office at the time. The judges must make a thorough investigation, and if the witness proves to be a liar, giving false testimony against a fellow Israelite, then do to the false witness as that witness intended to do to the other party. God takes false accusations seriously. To lie about another person, to try to destroy them with false testimony, is to attack the very foundation of community. So the liar receives the punishment they tried to inflict on the innocent. This is not cruelty. This is protection of the vulnerable. This is saying that truth matters, that words have weight, that you cannot casually destroy someone's reputation or life without consequences. Moses speaks of warfare, and even here, even in the context of battle, God's concern for human life shines through. When you go to wars against your enemies and see horses and chariots and an army greater than yours, do not be afraid of them, because the Lord your God, who brought you up out of Egypt, will be with you. Do not be afraid. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, God's presence changes everything. You are not alone. You are not abandoned to your own strength. The God who delivered you from Egypt is still with you, still fighting for you, still working on your behalf. Oh, before battle, the priest is to address the army. Hear, Israel, today you are going into battle against your enemies. Do not be faint-hearted or afraid. Do not panic or be terrified by them. For the Lord your God is the one who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies to give you victory. Let your heart take courage from this. Beloved, whatever battles you are facing, and they may not be physical battles, but battles against fear, against despair, against circumstances that seem impossible, God goes with you. He fights for you. He has not sent you out alone. And then comes something unexpected. The officers shall say to the army, "Has anyone built a new house and not yet begun to live in it, let him go home. Or he may die in battle, and someone else may begin to live in it. Has anyone planted a vineyard and not begun to enjoy it? Let him go home. Or he may die in battle, and someone else enjoy it. Has anyone become pledged to a woman and not married her? Let him go home. Or he may die in battle and someone else marry her. Then the officers shall add, is anyone afraid or faint-hearted? Let him go home, so that his fellow soldiers will not become disheartened too. God cares about joy. God cares about the completion of good things. If a man has built a house but not yet lived in it, if he has planted a vineyard but not yet tasted its fruit, if he is engaged but not yet married, God says, go home, live, love, enjoy the gifts I have given you. Do not die before you have tasted the goodness I prepared for you. Even war does not trump the value of human flourishing, of joy, of the simple pleasures of home and harvest and love. And if someone is afraid, let them go home. Do not force people to fight when their hearts are not in it. Do not shame them for their fear. Release them with dignity. This is compassion woven into the fabric of even the most difficult circumstances. This is God saying that people matter more than military victory, that hearts matter more than heroic appearances. Laws about unsolved murders follow, and they are tender in their own way. If someone is found slain, lying in a field in the land the Lord your God is giving you to possess, and it is not known who the killer was, your elders and judges shall go out and measure the distance from the body to the neighboring towns. Then all the elders of the town nearest the body shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley, and they shall declare, our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it done. Accept this atonement for your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, Lord, and do not hold your people guilty of the blood of an innocent person. Even when the murderer cannot be found, the community takes responsibility. They do not shrug and move on. They do not say, well, we didn't do it, so it's not our problem. They acknowledge the sacredness of life. They mourn the loss. They seek atonement even for a death they did not cause. Because community matters. Because every life matters. Because we are connected to one another in ways that run deeper than individual responsibility. Breathe slowly now, beloved. Let these truths settle. God is building a society where justice is real, but mercy is present, where wrongs are punished, but refuge is available, where truth is protected and lies are exposed, where even in warfare, human dignity is honored, where even unsolved crimes are mourned. This is not a harsh God demanding perfection. This is a loving Father teaching his children how to live together in a way that honors life, protects the vulnerable, and creates space for both justice and grace. Now Moses turns to what might seem like an odd collection of specific, detailed laws. Laws about clothing and farming and family life and business practices. And you might wonder, beloved, why does God care about these small things? Why does Scripture spend so much time on what seems mundane, ordinary, insignificant? But pause here and see what God is showing us. There is no division between sacred and secular in a life lived for Him. Everything matters. Every choice is an act of worship. The way you live Monday through Saturday is just as important as what you do on Sunday. If you see your fellow Israelites' ox or sheep straying, do not ignore it, but be sure to take it back to its owner. If they do not live near you, or if you do not know who owns it, take it home with you and keep it until they come looking for it. Then give it back. Do the same if you find their donkey or cloak or anything else they have lost. Do not ignore it. Do not ignore it. This is the heart of community, isn't it? Paying attention, caring, taking responsibility not just for your own things, but for your neighbor's welfare. You see something that belongs to someone else. Do not walk past it, thinking, not my problem, help, act. This extends even to animals in distress. If you see your fellow Israelites' donkey or ox fallen on the road, do not ignore it. Help the owner get it to its feet. Even animals matter to God. Even the burden of a stranger matters. Do not be the kind of person who can walk past suffering, whether human or animal, without being moved to help. Laws about building follow. When you build a new house, make a parapet around your roof so that you may not bring the guilt of bloodshed on your house. If someone falls from the roof, take precautions. Think ahead. Consider how your choices might affect others. If you know that people will gather on your flat roof, if you know there is danger of someone falling, protect them. Do not wait for tragedy to happen and then shrug it off as not my fault. You have a responsibility to create safe spaces, to think about how your actions or inactions might harm others. Do not plant two kinds of seed in your vineyard. If you do, not only the crops you plant, but also the fruit of the vineyard will be defiled. Do not plow with an ox and a donkey yoked together. Do not wear clothes of wool and linen woven together. These laws might seem strange to us now, but they are teaching something profound. Respect boundaries. Honor distinctions. Do not mix things that were meant to be separate. There is an order to creation, a design. And when we violate that design, whether in agriculture, in work, in relationships, there are consequences. Laws about marriage and sexual purity follow. and they are extensive and detailed. God cares deeply about marriage, about faithfulness, about the protection of women in a culture where they were so often vulnerable. If a man takes a wife and, after sleeping with her, dislikes her and slanders her and gives her a bad name, saying, "I married this woman, but when I approached her, I did not find proof of her virginity," then the young woman's father and mother shall bring to the town elders at the gate proof that she was a virgin. Protection against false accusation. Protection against a man who would destroy a woman's reputation to get out of a marriage. Words have consequences. Lies destroy lives. So God builds in protections, ways to verify truth, ways to defend the innocent. Throughout these chapters, there is a thread of protecting the vulnerable, protecting women from being used and discarded, protecting children from being born into chaos, protecting marriage from being trivialized, protecting community from being torn apart by sexual immorality. These are not arbitrary rules meant to steal joy. These are boundaries meant to protect the beauty and sacredness of intimacy, to ensure that sex happens in the context of covenant commitment, where both parties are safe, honored, cherished. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. This law, which sounds harsh to modern ears, was actually protection in a culture where a woman who had been violated would be considered unmarried and might never find a husband. The man who harmed her must provide for her for life. He cannot use her and throw her away. He bears the weight of his crime permanently. This is not ideal. Ideal would be no rape at all, but in a broken world. It is protection for the victim. Laws about excluding certain people from the assembly follow. But even here, there is grace woven in. No Ammonite or Moabite or any of their descendants may enter the assembly of the Lord, not even in the 10th generation. Do not despise an Edomite, for the Edomites are related to you. Do not despise an Egyptian, because you resided as foreigners in their country. The 3rd generation of children born to them may enter the assembly of the Lord. Some nations showed hostility to Israel and are excluded, but even then, not forever. After generations, the door opens, and for others, Edomites, Egyptians, the exclusion is even shorter. 3 generations and they are welcomed in. God's mercy finds a way even within the boundaries of justice. Laws about cleanliness in the camp follow. Designate a place outside the camp where you can go to relieve yourself. As part of your equipment, have something to dig with. And when you relieve yourself, dig a hole and cover up your excrement. For the Lord your God moves about in your camp to protect you and to deliver your enemies to you. Your camp must be holy. so that he will not see among you anything indecent and turn away from you. Even bathroom practices matter. Even hygiene is connected to holiness. Not because God is squeamish, but because the physical and spiritual are connected. How you care for your body, how you treat your environment, how you maintain cleanliness, all of this matters. All of this affects your capacity to be present to God and to experience His presence. Laws about runaway slaves. If a slave has taken refuge with you, do not hand them over to their master. Let them live among you wherever they like and in whatever town they choose. Do not oppress them. Radical protection for the vulnerable. If someone has escaped slavery and come to you for help, do not send them back. Let them stay. Let them be free. This is God's heart for the oppressed, for those fleeing abuse, for those seeking freedom. Provide refuge. Be a safe place. Do not side with the oppressor. Laws about interest on loans. Do not charge a fellow Israelite interest, whether on money or food or anything else that may earn interest. You may charge a foreigner interest, but not a fellow Israelite, so that the Lord your God may bless you in everything you put your hand to in the land you are entering to possess. Do not profit from your neighbor's need. When someone in your community is struggling and needs help, help them. Do not see it as an opportunity to enrich yourself. Generosity within the community. This builds trust, builds connection, builds a society where people know they will be cared for when they fall on hard times. Laws about vows. If you make a vow to the Lord your God, do not be slow to pay it, for the Lord your God will certainly demand it of you, and you will be guilty of sin. But if you refrain from making a vow, you will not be guilty. Whatever your lips utter, you must be sure to do, because you made your vow freely to the Lord your God with your own mouth. Be careful what you promise, but once you have promised, keep your word. Integrity matters. Following through matters. Your word should be solid, reliable, trustworthy. Do not make vows lightly, but once made, honor them. Laws about gleaning. When you are harvesting in your field and you overlook a sheaf, do not go back to get it. Leave it for the foreigner, the fatherless and the widow, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat the olives from your trees, do not go over the branches a second time. Leave what remains for the foreigner, the fatherless and the widow. When you harvest the grapes in your vineyard, do not go over the vines again. Leave what remains for the foreigner, the fatherless and the widow. Build provision for the poor into the very structure of your work. Do not squeeze every last bit of profit from your land. Leave some for those who have nothing. Let them gather. Let them work for their food with dignity rather than begging. This is generosity with structure. This is compassion with wisdom. Laws about justice in punishment. If the guilty person deserves to be beaten, the judge shall make them lie down and have them flogged in his presence with the number of lashes the crime deserves. But the judge must not impose more than 40 lashes. If the guilty person is flogged more than that, your fellow Israelite will be degraded in your eyes. Even in punishment, there are limits. Even the guilty retain dignity. You do not punish beyond what is just. You do not degrade. You do not humiliate more than necessary, because even the person being punished is still a human being made in the image of God, still your neighbor, still worthy of basic respect. Do not muzzle an ox while it is treading out the grain. Even animals deserve to eat while they work. How much more, then, should workers be paid fairly? Should those who labor be able to benefit from their labor? This small law about oxen becomes, in the New Testament, a principle about paying those who serve, about honoring those who work, about not exploiting labor, laws about family responsibility. If brothers are living together and one of them dies without a son, his widow must not marry outside the family. Her husband's brother shall take her and marry her and fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to her. The first son she bears shall carry on the name of the dead brother, so that his name will not be blotted out from Israel. Provision for widows, continuation of family lines, protection of inheritance rights. This seems strange to us now, but it was compassionate in its context, ensuring that a woman was not left destitute, that a man's name and legacy continued, that family responsibility extended beyond the grave. Laws about honest business practices. Do not have two differing weights in your bag, one heavy, one light. Do not have two differing measures in your house, one large, one small. You must have accurate and honest weights and measures, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. For the Lord your God detests anyone who does these things, anyone who deals dishonestly. Be honest in your business. Do not cheat people. Do not use rigged scales to make more profit. Do not take advantage of those who trust you. Your yes must be yes. Your measurements must be accurate. Your dealings must be fair. This is not optional. This is fundamental to a society that functions with trust and integrity. Can you see it, beloved? Can you see how God is present in every detail of life, in how you treat animals and how you build your house, in how you conduct business and how you respond to your neighbor's need, in how you handle money and how you keep your word, in marriage and family, in work and rest, in justice and mercy? God is there, watching, caring, inviting you to live in a way that reflects His character, that blesses others, that creates the kind of world He always intended. This is worship, beloved, not just singing songs, not just raising hands, but living with integrity in the ordinary moments. Being honest when no one is watching. Being generous when it costs you. Being kind when there is no reward. Being faithful in the small things. This is how you love God with your whole life. This is how you show that your faith is not just words, but action. Not just belief, but practice. Not just Sunday morning, but every moment of every day. Let your soul rest in this tonight. God does not only care about the grand spiritual moments. He cares about how you live on Tuesday afternoon, how you treat the person who serves you at the store, how you speak to your family when you are tired, how you handle money when you think no one sees. He is present in all of it. He is inviting you into a way of living that brings life to you and to everyone around you. And when you fail because you will, His grace is there. His forgiveness is ready. His invitation to begin again is constant. You are not condemned. You are being shaped gently, patiently, lovingly into the person you were always meant to be. Now we come to something so beautiful, it could break your heart wide open. Moses speaks of the day when they will finally enter the land, when they will plant crops and harvest them, when they will taste the fruit of the promise that has sustained them through 40 years of wilderness. And what does God ask them to do with that first harvest? What is the appropriate response to finally receiving what they have waited for so long? When you have entered the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, and have taken possession of it and settled in it, take some of the first fruits of all that you produce from the soil of the land the Lord your God is giving you, and put them in a basket. Then go to the place the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for His name, and say to the priest in office at the time, I declare today to the Lord your God that I have come to the land the Lord swore to our ancestors to give us. Bring the first fruits, not the leftovers, not what remains after you have satisfied yourself, the first, the best, the portion that says, everything I have comes from you before I feed myself. I acknowledge that you are the source. I bring this not because I have to, but because I want to. Because my heart is so full of gratitude that I cannot help but give back to you from what you have given to me. The priest takes the basket and sets it down before the altar, and then comes the confession, the declaration, the remembering of who you are and where you came from. Then you shall declare before the Lord your God, my father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down into Egypt with a few people and lived there, and became a great nation, powerful and numerous. But the Egyptians mistreated us and made us suffer, subjecting us to harsh labor. Then we cried out to the Lord, the God of our ancestors, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our misery, toil and oppression. So the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great terror and with signs and wonders. He brought us to this place and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now I bring the first fruits of the soil that you, Lord, have given me. Do you hear what is happening here, beloved? This is not just a ritual. This is identity formation. This is the retelling of the story that makes sense of everything. You were wandering. You were enslaved. You were suffering. You cried out, and God heard. God saw. God acted. God delivered. God provided. Everything you have, everything you are, flows from this foundational truth. You were helpless, and God saved you. You were enslaved, and God freed you. You were lost, and God brought you home. Never forget this, dear one. Never let prosperity make you think you earned what you have. Never let success make you believe you pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps. You are who you are because God heard your cry, because He saw your need, because He reached down in mercy and lifted you up. Every good thing you have is grace. Every breath is a gift. Every moment is borrowed from the One who gives all things freely. Place the basket before the Lord your God and bow down before Him. Then you and the Levites and the foreigners residing among you shall rejoice in all the good things the Lord your God has given to you and your household. Rejoice, not hoard, not clutch tightly, not fear that there will not be enough. Rejoice, celebrate, share the abundance with those who have less. Include the Levites who own no land. Include the foreigners who are not part of the original promise, but whom God cares for deeply. Let your gratitude overflow into generosity. Let your joy become a feast that includes everyone, and then another layer every 3 years. There is a special tithe, a tenth of the produce set aside specifically for the Levites, the foreigners, the orphans, and the widows, those who have no land of their own, those who depend on the generosity of others. And when you give this tithe, you declare before God, I have removed from my house the sacred portion and have given it to the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, according to all you commanded. I have not turned aside from your commands, nor have I forgotten any of them. I have obeyed the Lord my God. I have done everything you commanded me. Look down from heaven, your holy dwelling place, and bless your people Israel and the land you have given us as you promised on oath to our ancestors, a land flowing with milk and honey. This is accountability. This is saying before God and the community, I have not kept everything for myself. I have not hoarded the blessing. I have not forgotten those in need. I have obeyed. I have shared. I have honored your command to care for the vulnerable. And then comes the bold request. Bless us, not because we deserve it, but because we have been faithful to what you commanded. We have participated in your heart for the poor. We have been conduits of your generosity. Now bless us so that we can continue to be a blessing. Moses concludes this section with words of profound identity. The Lord your God commands you this day to follow these decrees and laws. Carefully observe them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have declared this day that the Lord is your God, and that you will walk in obedience to him, that you will keep his decrees, commands, and laws, that you will listen to him. And the Lord has declared this day that you are his people, his treasured possession as he promised, and that you are to keep all his commands. He has declared that he will set you in praise, fame and honor high above all the nations he has made, and that you will be a people holy to the Lord your God. As he promised, you are his treasured possession, not because you are perfect, not because you have earned it, but because he has chosen you. He has called you. He has declared over you, you are mine. And in response, you declare over him, you are my God. I will walk in your ways. I will keep your commands, not out of fear, but out of love, not to earn your favor, but because I have already received it and cannot help but respond with my whole life. This is the deepest healing. Beloved, this is the cure for the shame that whispers you are not enough, that you do not matter, that you are too broken to be loved. You were a slave, and God made you free. You were nothing, and God made you his treasured possession. You were lost, and God brought you home. Your identity is not based on what you achieve or how well you perform. Your identity is based on what God has done for you and who he has declared you to be. When you lie down tonight, when the darkness presses in and the doubts rise up, when you remember all the ways you have failed and all the reasons you feel unworthy, come back to this truth. You are his. He has chosen you. He has redeemed you. He has brought you out of slavery into freedom, out of death into life, out of shame into honor. You are not who you were. You are who he says you are. And what he says is this: you are mine. You are loved. You are treasured. You are holy. Not because of what you have done, but because of what I have done for you. Rest in that tonight, dear one. Let it sink all the way down to the places in your soul that have felt empty and alone. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You are held in the hand of the God who made you, who knows you, who loves you with a love so fierce and so tender that it will never let you go. Sleep in that love. Wake in that love. Walk tomorrow in the confidence of that love. You are His treasured possession forever. Amen. Moses gathers the people and speaks with the solemnity of a covenant being made. Keep all these commands that I give you today. When you have crossed the Jordan into the land the Lord your God is giving you, set up some large stones and coat them with plaster. Write on them all the words of this law when you have crossed over to enter the land the Lord your God is giving you, a land flowing with milk and honey, just as the Lord, the God of your ancestors, promised you. Stones, large stones covered in plaster, and on them every word of the law written clearly for all to see. This is not hidden knowledge, beloved. This is not secret wisdom available only to the elite. This is truth displayed publicly, written large, visible to everyone who passes by. God's ways are not mysterious in the sense of being unknowable. They are clear. They are accessible. They are available to anyone who will stop and read, who will pause and listen, who will open their heart to receive. Moses instructs them to divide into two groups when they enter the land. Half the tribes will stand on Mount Gerizim to pronounce blessings. Half will stand on Mount Ebal to pronounce curses. The Levites will stand in the valley between, declaring with loud voices the consequences of both obedience and disobedience. And the people, all the people, will respond, Amen, to each declaration. They will agree. They will affirm. They will take ownership of what is being said. Cursed is anyone who makes an idol a thing detestable to the Lord, the work of skilled hands, and sets it up in secret. And all the people say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who dishonors their father or mother. Amen. Cursed is anyone who moves their neighbor's boundary stone. Amen. One by one, the curses are declared. Curses on injustice. Curses on sexual immorality. Curses on taking advantage of the vulnerable. Curses on all the ways human beings hurt one another and dishonor God. And with each curse, the people agree. They say yes. They acknowledge that these things bring consequences, that these choices lead to death, that this is not the way to flourishing. These curses are not arbitrary punishments invented by an angry deity. They are descriptions of reality. When you worship idols, you become empty like the things you worship. When you dishonor your parents, you tear at the fabric of family and community. When you move boundary stones to steal land, you destroy trust. When you take advantage of the blind or the deaf or the widow, you poison your own soul. These consequences are built into the very structure of reality. They are not imposed from outside. They emerge naturally from choices that violate the way things were meant to be. And then come the blessings. Chapter 28 opens like a sunrise breaking over the horizon. If you fully obey the Lord your God and carefully follow all His commands I give you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations on earth. All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God. You will be blessed in the city and blessed in the country. The fruit of your womb will be blessed, and the crops of your land, and the young of your livestock, the calves of your herds, and the lambs of your flocks. Your basket and your kneading trough will be blessed. You will be blessed when you come in, and blessed when you go out. Blessing upon blessing upon blessing, in the city and in the country, in your family and in your work, in your coming and in your going, morning and evening, inside and outside, everywhere, always. This is what happens when you live in alignment with God's design. This is what flows when you walk in His ways. Not because you earn it through perfect performance, but because you have positioned yourself in the stream of His goodness, in the flow of His provision, in the pathway where His blessings naturally run. The Lord will grant that the enemies who rise up against you will be defeated before you. They will come at you from one direction, but flee from you in 7. The Lord will send a blessing on your barns and on everything you put your hand to. The Lord your God will bless you in the land He is giving you. Protection, provision, prosperity, not as a reward for being good enough, but as the natural result of living in harmony with the God who is the source of all good things. When you are aligned with Him, His blessings flow toward you like water running downhill, like light filling a room when the curtains are opened. The Lord will establish you as His holy people, as He promised you on oath, if you keep the commands of the Lord your God and walk in obedience to Him. Then all the peoples on earth will see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they will fear you. The Lord will grant you abundant prosperity in the fruit of your womb, the young of your livestock, and the crops of your ground in the land He swore to your ancestors to give you. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of His bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands. You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail, if you pay attention to the commands of the Lord your God that I give you this day, and carefully follow them. You will always be at the top, never at the bottom. This is the life God wants for you, beloved, abundance, fruitfulness, blessing that overflows to others, not poverty and lack, not struggle and scarcity, but provision so generous that you become a source of provision for others. Not borrowing, but lending. Not at the tail, but at the head. Not at the bottom, but at the top. God wants you to flourish. He wants your life to be a demonstration of His goodness, a testimony to His faithfulness, a picture of what happens when human beings live the way they were designed to live. But then, and this is the hard part, beloved, the part we wish we could skip, Moses must speak of the other path, the consequences of walking away from God, the curses that come when we insist on our own way, when we reject His design, when we choose death instead of life. However, if you do not obey the Lord your God, and do not carefully follow all His commands and decrees I am giving you today, all these curses will come on you and overtake you. You will be cursed in the city and cursed in the country. Your basket and your kneading trough will be cursed. The fruit of your womb will be cursed, and the crops of your land, and the calves of your herds, and the lambs of your flocks. You will be cursed when you come in, and cursed when you go out. The blessings in reverse. Everywhere the blessing touched, now the curse reaches. This is not God being vindictive. This is God letting us experience the natural consequences of our choices. When you step outside the shelter of His protection, you are exposed. When you walk away from the source of life, you begin to die. When you reject His ways, you embrace the ways that lead to destruction. He does not have to actively curse you. You curse yourself by choosing the path that leads away from Him. The descriptions that follow are stark and terrible. Diseases, defeat in battle, drought and famine, confusion and frustration in everything you do. Your life becoming a horror story, a cautionary tale, and perhaps most devastating of all. Because you did not serve the Lord your God joyfully and gladly in the time of prosperity. Therefore, in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and dire poverty, you will serve the enemies the Lord sends against you. Did you catch that? Beloved, the issue is not just disobedience. It is serving God without joy, going through the motions without gladness, having all the blessings but not having a grateful heart, prosperity that hardens you instead of softening you, abundance that makes you forget the giver. This is the great danger, not that we will openly rebel, but that we will quietly drift, that we will have all the external forms of faith but lose the internal reality, that we will keep the rules but lose the relationship, Moses is not trying to terrify you into obedience, beloved. He is trying to wake you up to reality. He is saying, listen, pay attention. Your choices matter. They have consequences. Not because God is waiting to punish you, but because the universe works a certain way. When you live in harmony with God's design, you flourish. When you rebel against it, you suffer. This is not arbitrary. This is simply how things are. Take a slow breath now. Let your shoulders relax. If these words feel heavy, if they press on places in your heart that are tender with guilt or shame, know this: God is not speaking these warnings because He wants to see you fail. He is speaking them because He desperately wants to see you succeed, because He knows how precious you are, because He cannot bear the thought of you destroying yourself. These warnings are love. They are the love of a father who grabs his child's hand before they run into traffic. Urgent, yes. Intense, yes. But rooted entirely in the desire to protect, to preserve, to keep you safe and whole. Now Moses speaks with even greater tenderness, with a heart that sees not just the present, but the future. Not just this generation, but all the generations to come. You are standing here in order to enter into a covenant with the Lord your God. A covenant the Lord is making with you this day and sealing with an oath, to confirm you this day as His people, that He may be your God as He promised you and as He swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I am making this covenant with its oath, not only with you who are standing here with us today in the presence of the Lord our God, but also with those who are not here today. This covenant is not just for them. It is for you, beloved. It is for me. It is for every person who will ever call on the name of the Lord. It reaches across time, across geography, across culture and language. The God who made promises to Abraham is making promises to you tonight. The God who delivered Israel from Egypt wants to deliver you from whatever holds you captive. The God who led them through the wilderness wants to lead you into your own promised land. Moses warns them about the temptation to think they can have it both ways, to appear religious on the outside while worshipping other gods in secret, to go through the motions while their hearts are far away. Make sure there is no man or woman, clan or tribe among you today whose heart turns away from the Lord our God to go and worship the gods of those nations. Make sure there is no root among you that produces such bitter poison. When such a person hears the words of this oath and they invoke a blessing on themselves, thinking, I will be safe, even though I persist in going my own way, they will bring disaster on the watered land as well as the dry. You cannot fool God, beloved. You cannot put on a good show on Sunday and live however you want the rest of the week. You cannot say all the right words while your heart is chasing after other gods. He sees through the performance. He knows what you love, what you worship, what you really trust in when the crisis comes. And he is not angry about this. He is simply telling you the truth. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot walk two paths at once. You will have to choose. And when the consequences come, when the curses that Moses spoke of begin to manifest in their lives, when they find themselves scattered among the nations, enslaved again, suffering again, what? Then is that the end of the story? Is that where God walks away and says, I warned you, you made your choice, now live with it forever? No, 1,000 times no. Listen to what comes next. Beloved, because this is the heart of God laid bare. When all these blessings and curses I have set before, you come on you and you take them to heart wherever the Lord your God disperses you among the nations. And when you and your children return to the Lord your God and obey him with all your heart and with all your soul, according to everything I command you today, then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have compassion on you and gather you again from all the nations where he scattered you, even if you have been banished to the most distant land under the heavens. From there, the Lord your God will gather you and bring you back. Even if you have been banished to the most distant land, even if you have wandered so far that you cannot see home anymore, even if you have made choices so destructive that you think there is no way back, God will gather you. God will bring you home. Not because you deserve it, not because you earned your way back, but because he is compassionate, because he cannot stop loving you, because the covenant he made was not conditional on your perfection. It was conditional on his faithfulness, and he is always faithful. The Lord your God will circumcise your hearts and the hearts of your descendants, so that you may love him with all your heart and with all your soul, and live. He will change you from the inside out. He will do in you what you cannot do for yourself. He will give you the capacity to love him, to obey him, to walk in his ways. This is not about trying harder. This is about letting him transform you. This is about surrender, about opening your clenched fists and letting him work. Now, what I am commanding you today is not too difficult for you or beyond your reach. It is not up in heaven, so that you have to ask, who will ascend into heaven to get it and proclaim it to us so we may obey it? Nor is it beyond the sea, so that you have to ask, Who will cross the sea to get it and proclaim it to us so we may obey it? No. The word is very near you. It is in your mouth and in your heart, so you may obey it. This is so important. Beloved, God's ways are not impossible. They are not out of reach. They are not reserved for spiritual giants or perfect people. They are near. They are accessible. They are right here, right now, available to you exactly as you are. You do not have to climb to heaven to find God. You do not have to cross the sea. He is near. He is speaking. He is reaching toward you even now, in this quiet moment, in the darkness of your room, in the tenderness of your seeking heart. If you have wandered, beloved, if you have made choices that have taken you far from home, far from peace, far from the person you know you are meant to be, hear this. It is not too late. God's heart is still open. His arms are still extended. He is not angry. He is not disgusted. He is not waiting for you to grovel or prove yourself worthy. He is simply waiting for you to turn, to come back, to let Him love you again, or perhaps to let Him love you for the first time in a way you have never truly received before. And now we come to the climax, the pinnacle, the moment when everything Moses has been building toward comes into sharp, brilliant focus. His voice drops. The urgency remains, but it is wrapped now in tenderness so deep it could break you open. This is not a lecture. This is not a sermon. This is a father on his deathbed, speaking his final words to the children he will not see again, pouring out his heart one last time, pleading with everything in him for them to choose well. See, I set before you today life and prosperity, death and destruction, for I command you today to love the Lord your God, to walk in obedience to Him, and to keep His commands, decrees, and laws. Then you will live and increase. And the Lord your God will bless you in the land you are entering to possess. But if your heart turns away and you are not obedient, and if you are drawn away to bow down to other gods and worship them, I declare to you this day that you will certainly be destroyed. You will not live long in the land you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess. Life and death, blessing and curse. Two paths, two destinations, two futures, and God-loving, patient, merciful God is not forcing you down either path. He is setting them both before you and saying, choose. You choose. I have shown you the consequences of each path. I have made it clear. Now the decision is yours. This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live, and that you may love the Lord your God. Listen to his voice and hold fast to him, for the Lord is your life, and he will give you many years in the land he swore to give to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Choose life. This is not neutral advice. This is not God saying, either path is fine. It is up to you. This is God saying, I am telling you plainly, choose life. Choose the path that leads to flourishing. Choose the way that leads to joy and peace and wholeness. I am not hiding the answer from you. I am showing you exactly which way to go. Now walk in it. The Lord is your life, not your job, not your relationships, not your achievements or possessions or reputation. The Lord, he is the source. He is the sustainer. He is the one who gives meaning to everything else. Without him, even the best things in life become empty. With him, even the hardest things are bearable. He is not just an add-on to your life, a nice enhancement, a helpful resource. He is your life, the very thing that animates you, that gives you purpose, that makes existence worth living. Let your breathing slow now. Beloved, let your body settle into stillness. Feel the weight of this moment. You are standing at the same crossroads Israel stood at thousands of years ago. The choice is still before you. Life or death, blessing or curse. The path that leads to God or the path that leads away from him, and he is not forcing you. He never forces. He invites. He pleads. He sets the options clearly before you and says, choose. Maybe you have been choosing death without realizing it. Maybe you have been walking a path that is slowly draining the life from you, pursuing things that cannot satisfy, trusting in things that cannot save, giving your heart to things that cannot love you back. Maybe you have been so busy, so distracted, so caught up in the noise and demands of life that you have not stopped to consider where your path is actually leading. This is your moment, beloved. This is your invitation to pause, to look, to see clearly, to choose. Or maybe you chose life long ago, but you have been drifting lately. The passion has cooled, the joy has faded. You are going through the motions, but your heart is not in it. You still believe, but barely. You still pray, but without expectation. You still show up, but without hope. If that is you, hear this. God is not disappointed in you. He is not frustrated. He understands. He knows how hard it is to keep your first love burning in a world that constantly throws water on it. But he is inviting you back, not to start over from scratch, but to remember, to return, to rekindle. to let Him breathe on the embers in your heart until they flame up again into something bright and warm and alive. Or maybe you have never really chosen at all. Maybe you have been on the fence, 1 foot in and 1 foot out, keeping your options open, hedging your bets. And maybe tonight, in this quiet, sacred space, God is whispering to your heart. Come all the way in. Stop standing at the threshold. Stop living in the liminal space between two worlds. Choose me, fully, completely, without reservation, and discover the life you have been longing for. The choice is yours. Beloved, God will not make it for you. He loves you too much to override your will, to force you into relationship, to drag you kicking and screaming into blessing. He offers, He invites, He waits, and oh, how He hopes you will choose Him, how He longs for you to walk the path of life, how He desires to bless you, to prosper you, to fill your days with meaning and your heart with joy. But even if you choose wrongly, even if you walk away, even if you spend years or decades on the path that leads to death, it is never too late to turn around. His arms are always open. His door is always unlocked. His heart is always ready to receive you. The prodigal is always welcomed home. The lost sheep is always sought. The wandering child is always loved. As this night draws to a close, as your body begins to release into sleep, as your mind grows quiet and still, let this truth be the last thing you hold. You are standing at a crossroads. Life and death are before you, blessing and curse. And God, with all the love in the universe pouring from His heart, is saying to you, choose life, choose me, choose the path that leads to flourishing. Not because you have to, but because I love you, because I want you to have the abundant life I created you for. Because you matter so much to me that I cannot bear the thought of you choosing death when life is right here, right now, available to you. Choose life. Beloved, choose love. Choose the God who has never stopped choosing you. And when you wake tomorrow, whether it is the first day of a new journey or the continuation of a journey you have been walking for years, wake knowing that you are held, you are guided, you are loved beyond measure. The God who set the stars in place knows your name. The God who formed the mountains cares about the details of your ordinary Tuesday. The God who spoke creation into being is speaking still. And His word to you is this: I love you. Come to me. Walk with me. Let me give you the life you were always meant to live. Rest now in that invitation. Let it seep into every weary, wounded, wandering place in your soul. You are loved. You are chosen. You are standing at the threshold of something beautiful, and all you have to do is say yes, just yes, and watch what God will do with a heart that chooses Him. Sleep well, dear one. Sleep in the peace of knowing that whatever you choose, God's love for you does not waver, but oh, how He hopes, how He longs for you to choose life, to choose Him, to walk into the fullness of everything He has prepared for you since before the foundation of the world. You are loved forever and always, without condition, without end. Amen. Moses is 120 years old. His eyes have seen things no other human eyes have seen: the burning bush, the plagues of Egypt, the parting of the Red Sea, the glory of God on Mount Sinai. His hands have held the tablets of the law. His feet have walked the wilderness for 40 years. His heart has carried the weight of an entire nation, their complaints, their rebellions, their fears, their hopes. And now it is time to pass the torch, time to let someone else carry what he has carried, time to trust that God's purposes will continue even without him. Then Moses went out and spoke these words to all Israel: I am now 120 years old, and I am no longer able to lead you. The Lord has said to me, you shall not cross the Jordan. The Lord your God Himself will cross over ahead of you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you will take possession of their land. Joshua also will cross over ahead of you, as the Lord said. There is no bitterness in these words, beloved. There is no resentment that He cannot finish what He started. There is only peace, only surrender, only trust that God knows what He is doing. Moses could have clung to his role. He could have insisted that no one else could possibly do what he has done, that the people need him, that without him, everything will fall apart. But he does not. Instead, he steps aside with grace. He blesses Joshua publicly. He affirms him before all the people. He does everything in his power to ensure a smooth transition, to give the next generation the best possible chance at success. The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. This is what Moses tells Joshua. Not good luck, you're going to need it. Not I hope you can handle this. But God goes before you. God will be with you. Do not be afraid. Moses is pointing Joshua and all of us away from ourselves and toward the one who is truly in charge. The God who led them out of Egypt will lead them into the promised land. The God who provided in the wilderness will provide in the land of abundance. The God who has been faithful for 40 years will be faithful for 40 more, and 40 more after that, forever. Moses writes down the law and gives it to the priests and elders. At the end of every 7 years, in the year for cancelling debts, during the Festival of Tabernacles, when all Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place he will choose. You shall read this law before them in their hearing. Assemble the people, men, women, and children, and the foreigners residing in your towns, so they can listen and learn to fear the Lord your God and follow carefully all the words of this law. Their children, who do not know this law, must hear it and learn to fear the Lord your God as long as you live in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess. Every 7 years, gather everyone, men, women, children, foreigners, and read the law aloud. Why? So that no generation forgets, so that the children who were not there at Sinai, who did not see the miracles in Egypt, who did not walk through the wilderness, will still know the story, will still understand the covenant, will still be connected to the God of their fathers. This is how faith is passed down, beloved, not through perfection, but through telling the story, through gathering the family and saying, "Let me tell you what God has done. Let me tell you who we are and whose we are. Let me tell you about the faithfulness that has carried us this far." The Lord speaks to Moses privately, and his words are bittersweet. Now the day of your death is near. Call Joshua and present yourselves at the tent of meeting, where I will commission him. God is preparing Moses for his departure, but he also tells him something hard. You are going to rest with your ancestors, and these people will soon prostitute themselves to the foreign gods of the land they are entering. They will forsake me and break the covenant I made with them, and in that day I will become angry with them and forsake them. I will hide my face from them, and they will be destroyed. God knows, beloved, he knows that his people will wander. He knows they will fail. He knows they will chase after other gods and break his heart again and again. And yet, and this is the beautiful mystery, he does not cancel the covenant. He does not say, "Forget it, I'm done with them." He prepares for their failure. He makes provision for their return. He builds in grace upon grace upon grace, knowing that they will need it, knowing that we will need it. Moses is instructed to write down a song that will serve as a witness against the people when they go astray, but also a song that will remind them of who God is and what he has done. Music, beloved. God chooses music to carry truth across generations, because music lodges in the heart in a way that mere words do not. Because a song can be remembered when a sermon is forgotten. Because melody carries meaning into the deepest places of the soul. So Moses wrote down this song that day and taught it to the Israelites, even in his final hours. Moses is teaching. Even at the end of his life, he is pouring himself out for the people he loves. This is faithfulness. Dear one, not serving God only when you are strong and healthy and in your prime, but serving Him all the way to the end, giving everything you have, even when what you have left is small, trusting that God will use even your last breath for His purposes. Moses charges Joshua before all the people, "Be strong and courageous, for you must go with this people into the land that the Lord swore to their ancestors to give them, and you must divide it among them as their inheritance. The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged." Twice Moses says it. Be strong, be courageous. God is with you. Do not be afraid, because Moses knows what Joshua is feeling: the weight of responsibility, the fear of failure, the impossibility of filling Moses' shoes. And Moses wants him to know, you are not filling my shoes. You are walking in the footsteps of God. And that makes all the difference if you are in a season of transition tonight. Beloved, if you are being asked to step into something new, to carry a responsibility you do not feel ready for, to lead when you feel like following, hear these words spoken over you: be strong and courageous. The Lord Himself goes before you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. You do not have to be Moses. You do not have to be anyone other than who God made you to be. Just show up. Just be faithful. Just put one foot in front of the other and trust that He will be with you every step of the way. Now comes the song. Moses stands before the assembly one last time and pours out his heart in poetry, in rhythm, in words that will echo through the generations long after his voice has fallen silent. Listen, you heavens, and I will speak. Hear, you earth, the words of my mouth. Let my teaching fall like rain, and my words descend like dew, like showers on new grass, like abundant rain on tender plants. I will proclaim the name of the Lord. Oh, praise the greatness of our God. Like rain, like dew, like gentle showers on new grass. Moses wants his words to bring life, to nourish, to cause growth. He is not shouting condemnation. He is not raging at their failures. He is singing truth over them in the hope that it will sink deep, that it will water the dry places in their souls, that it will help them flourish. He is the rock. His works are perfect, and all His ways are just. A faithful God who does no wrong. Upright and just is He. This is the foundation. This is the truth that holds everything else together. God is faithful, even when we are not. God is just, even when we are not. God is perfect, even when we are far from it. Everything we know about ourselves, about our weakness and wandering, is held in the context of His unwavering faithfulness. Moses recounts the story how God found Israel in the wilderness, how He shielded them and cared for them, how He carried them like a father carries a son. In a desert land He found him, in a barren and howling waste. He shielded him and cared for him. He guarded him as the apple of His eye, like an eagle that stirs up its nest and hovers over its young, that spreads its wings to catch them and carries them aloft, the apple of His eye, His treasured possession, the one He watches over with fierce protective love. That is who you are to God, beloved. Not a burden, not a disappointment, not a project He regrets starting. You are the apple of His eye. He hovers over you like an eagle over its young, ready to catch you when you fall, ready to carry you when you cannot fly on your own. But then the song turns darker, recounting how Israel grew fat and comfortable and kicked against God. Jeshurun grew fat and kicked, filled with food. They became heavy and sleek. They abandoned the God who made them and rejected the rock their Savior. They made Him jealous with their foreign gods and angered Him with their detestable idols. This is the tragedy of prosperity, beloved. The danger of having so much that you forget where it came from. The temptation to think you earned it, you deserve it, you made it happen on your own. The song speaks of judgment, of consequences, of God allowing His people to experience the fruit of their choices. But it does not end in despair. It ends in hope. He will take revenge on His enemies and make atonement for His land and people. God will make things right. God will redeem. God will restore, even in the darkest moment, even when all seems lost. God's final word is not destruction, but salvation. Moses finishes the song and charges the people one more time. Take to heart all the words I have solemnly declared to you this day, so that you may command your children to obey carefully all the words of this law. They are not just idle words for you, they are your life. By them you will live long in the land you are crossing the Jordan to possess. These words are your life, not one option among many, not helpful suggestions. Your life, the very thing that gives you breath and meaning and purpose. And then, in chapter 33, Moses blesses the tribes one by one. He speaks words of life over each group. To Reuben, let Reuben live and not die, nor his people be few. To Judah, hear, Lord, the cry of Judah. Bring him to his people, With his own hands he defends his cause. Oh, be his help against his foes. To Levi, your Thummim and Urim belong to your faithful servant. He watches over your word and guards your covenant. To Benjamin, let the beloved of the Lord rest secure in him, for he shields him all day long. And the one the Lord loves rests between his shoulders. Can you hear the tenderness? Can you feel the love? Moses is not just going through the motions. He is pouring blessing over each tribe, speaking identity and destiny over them, calling forth the best in them, affirming their unique place in God's family. This is what spiritual fathers and mothers do. Beloved, they bless. They speak life. They see potential and call it forth. They look at messy, imperfect people and declare over them the truth of who they can become in God's hands. The blessing ends with a declaration of God's majesty. There is no one like the God of Jeshurun, who rides across the heavens to help you and on the clouds in his majesty. The eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. He will drive out your enemies before you, saying, destroy them. So Israel will live in safety. Jacob will dwell secure in a land of grain and new wine, where the heavens drop dew. Blessed are you, Israel, who is like you, a people saved by the Lord. He is your shield and helper, and your glorious sword. Underneath are the everlasting arms. Let that image sink into your weary soul tonight. Beloved, underneath you, beneath all your striving, beneath all your fear, beneath all your uncertainty are the everlasting arms of God. You cannot fall farther than his reach. You cannot sink below his love. Underneath, always underneath, catching you, holding you, keeping you safe. This is a sacred lullaby. Beloved, this is Moses singing his people to sleep, wrapping them in blessing, reminding them one last time of the God who loves them beyond all telling. Let these words wash over you now. Let them soothe the places in your heart that are anxious, afraid, alone. You are blessed. You are saved by the Lord. He is your shield and helper, and underneath, always underneath, are the everlasting arms. And now we come to the end, the final chapter, the last breath of a man who has given everything. Then Moses climbed Mount Nebo from the plains of Moab to the top of Pisgah, across from Jericho. There the Lord showed him the whole land from Gilead to Dan, all of Naphtali, the territory of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah as far as the Mediterranean Sea, the Negev, and the whole region from the valley of Jericho, the city of palms, as far as Zoar. Moses climbs the mountain. His legs are old, but still strong. His eyes Scripture tells us, are not weak. His strength has not left him. He could have gone on longer, but God has called him home. And so Moses climbs not in bitterness, not in resentment, but in obedience. One last climb, one last act of surrender. And from the top of the mountain, God shows him the land, all of it, the land he will never walk, the cities he will never enter, the fields he will never cross, the rivers he will never ford. God lets him see it all, spread out before him like a promise kept, like a dream realized, like a hope fulfilled. This is the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when I said, I will give it to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you will not cross over into it. There is something profoundly moving about this moment. Beloved, God could have hidden it from Moses. He could have spared him the pain of seeing what he could not have. But instead, he gives him this gift, this final vision of the promise fulfilled. Because Moses needed to know. He needed to see with his own eyes that it was real. That all those years of wandering were not in vain, that God kept his word. Even if Moses could not enter, the land was there, the promise was solid. The next generation would walk where Moses could not. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in Moab, as the Lord had said. He buried him in Moab, in the valley opposite Beth Peor. But to this day, no one knows where his grave is. God himself buried Moses. Think about that. Beloved, the creator of the universe, the God who spoke galaxies into existence, bent down and buried his faithful servant. Moses did not die alone and forgotten. He died in the presence of God, and God himself laid him to rest. Moses was 120 years old when he died, yet his eyes were not weak, nor his strength gone. The Israelites grieved for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. Until the time of weeping and mourning was over. They mourned him. They wept for him. Because he mattered. Because his life had impact. Because they knew they had lost something precious. And that is how it should be. Beloved, when a faithful servant finishes their race, it is right to grieve. It is right to honor. It is right to say, thank you for giving your life to something bigger than yourself. Since then, no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, who did all those signs and wonders the Lord sent him to do in Egypt to Pharaoh, and to all his officials and to his whole land. For no one has ever shown the mighty power or performed the awesome deeds that Moses did in the sight of all Israel. Moses was unique, irreplaceable, the greatest prophet Israel had ever known. But, and this is crucial, beloved, God's work did not end when Moses died. Joshua led the people into the land, the next generation rose up. The story continued. Because God's purposes are never dependent on one person. He uses us. He blesses us with the privilege of participating in His work. But He does not need us. His plans will not be thwarted by our limitations or even by our deaths. He is God. He will accomplish what He sets out to do. This is both humbling and freeing. Beloved, humbling because it reminds us that we are not indispensable. The world will go on without us. God's kingdom will advance whether we are here or not. But freeing because it means we do not have to carry the weight of making everything work. We do not have to be Moses. We just have to be faithful with what God has given us. We just have to do our part, run our race, finish our course, and then we can rest, knowing that God will raise up the next generation to carry the torch forward. As this night comes to a close, as we finish our journey through Deuteronomy, let me speak one final blessing over you. Beloved, you who have listened night after night, you who have let these ancient words speak to your modern heart, you who have opened yourself to healing, to challenge, to transformation, you are loved deeply, completely, forever. The God who walked with Moses walks with you. The God who led Israel through the wilderness is leading you through yours. The God who kept every promise He made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will keep every promise He has made to you. You do not know what tomorrow holds. You cannot see the end of your story from here, but God can. And He is faithful. He will not leave you. He will not forsake you. Underneath you, always, are the everlasting arms. Before you, always, is His presence going ahead to prepare the way. Behind you, always, is His mercy and goodness following you all the days of your life. So rest now, beloved child of God. Close your eyes, let your breathing slow. Feel the gentle weight of His peace settling over you like a blanket. You have heard His word tonight. You have been in His presence. And now you can sleep knowing that you are held. You are loved. You are safe in the shelter of the Most High. Moses finished his race. He saw the promised land. He surrendered his life into God's hands, and God received him with honor, with dignity, with love. One day, beloved, your race will finish too. One day, you will climb your own mountain and see with your own eyes the fulfillment of every promise God whispered to your heart. And on that day, like Moses, is not today. Today you are still here. Today you still have breath in your lungs and purpose in your life. Today you still have a race to run, people to love, a calling to fulfill. So wake tomorrow with fresh courage. Wake knowing that the God of Moses is your God. Wake ready to walk faithfully through whatever He has for you, trusting that His plans are good, His love is sure, and His grace is sufficient for every step of the journey. Take this word with you into your sleep, beloved. Let it guard your heart through the night. Let it be the first thing you remember when morning comes. You are not alone. You have never been alone, and you never will be. The God who was faithful to Moses, who walked with him through every trial and triumph, who received him in the end with honor and love, that same God is with you now, tonight, tomorrow, forever. Sleep well, precious child of God. Sleep in the peace that passes understanding. Sleep in the love that never fails. Sleep knowing that when you wake, His mercies will be new, His faithfulness will be fresh, and His presence will be near. You are His. He is yours. And nothing can ever separate you from His love. Go now into rest. Go gently into sleep. And carry this truth with you into the night you are loved. You are